Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals 0 Hour 2, make the best game ever. Good, so last session we have implemented replay pausing and the frame stepping and a fix for the exit replay when player places beacon. I think this also happens in regular game. It's not just replays, but it's easy to reproduce and replay, of course. Okay. Good. I think we need to clean up the changes we made for starters. Actually, let's create a fix for this one first. Actually, no. Let's first we polish the change there. We replicate it and then we create the branches. Okay. Pass meta map, generate meta map. Okay. Good. So generate meta map. Super hackers. Add feature. A tweak. Info. Use this. Use this function to generate. Use this function to generate default key mappings for actions that have not been defined in command map.ini. That were not found in command map.ini. Okay. Good. So where do we best call this function? Let me put a breakpoint here. Yeah. Let's see the call stack. I don't think it should be called in this function. It should be called after this is done. However, we can do that. Let's see. Let's see. So call stack. Any load. in its subsystem, command map ini. We should call it after this one then. Are there any more places? So we got this. Let me put a bookmark here. It calls it multiple times, interestingly. Probably for every entry once, right? Okay, that's fair enough. So I think that what we can do is we call this here, the meta map, generate meta map. There we go. Yeah. Is it a hack? Not really. I think it's pretty clean. We just say if it's not defined in the command map ini, then we hard code a default mapping, right? So that even without the command map, we can use these new keys. Can probably put it here. Then we can remove this here. Okay, let's see if that still works. Yeah, that works. Frame step also works. Okay, cool. Then okay, good. Next, this one looks good. Set game paused in frame. Set game paused in frame. Okay. Good. So the next step is we remove this Pragma Optimize off. Yeah. We can revert this one here. I'm not sure if this pause frame here is necessary. Let me see. Also, it has to be larger equal frame. Yeah, larger equal frame. It has to be. Regarding game logic, I was wondering, in a game engine we call this one here. I wonder, instead of doing this here, game engine, how about we create a so that's the update function. How about we create a new function and call that void pre-updates. Pre-update, yeah. Game logic. What kind of object is this? The game logic. Subsystem interface. Yeah, how about we create this pre-update function, and then at the bottom of this update, we put this here. Pre-updates. And then in there, we do the game logic pre-updates, and then we move these guys into the pre-updates. And then we'd say pause frame equals frame, and pause frame is not 0. Then here we add a comment. The super hackers had feature toggle pause, toggle game pause, in replace, and replay playbacks. And this one is feature step 1 frame. Step 1 frame. Okay, I think that works. Good. Then we can compile that in one more time. Good, so we've cleaned up this one, yeah. Generate MetaMap, pre-update. Pause frame. Okay. Message stream. Regarding this one here, I changed the indentations. Let me see if that is all right, or if there are more of these. No, it's just these. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I think that looks very good. Yeah, looks very good. Looks like we should put 2 lines here for some reason and pre-update. Okay. Pause frame 0, 0. Yep. Okay, looks good. Looks good. Meta event. Use this function to generate. Maybe the description can be improved a bit. Function to generate default key mappings. To generate default key mappings for actions that were not found. Okay, I think that works. Good. Anything else? Anything else? I think what we can do here on these calls, just for readability. I mean, this is the interface of this function is a bit bonkers, but what we can say is we say bool paused true. It makes the code a bit bigger, but I think it just makes it easier to look at. Then we say pause music, pause input. All right. And we pass this here, pause music here, and pause input here. And like this, it's a bit easier to read this, right? Yeah. like this. Oh, I just realized the indentation here is wrong. There we go. Good, let's test that if it still works correctly. Okay, load replay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Mix again. Fantastic. Fantastic. It works. There was one more thing I wanted to test, and that was in game logic. We have this one here. I'm not sure if that is necessary. Let me see. This one here. Is that necessary? Or should we put it somewhere else? Let me see. I think it is necessary to reset this to 0. Otherwise, if we don't, and we exit the mission, yeah, I see it. I think there's a problem. What is it? Let me see. Yeah, not skirmish. Okay. It freezes. That's interesting. That is interesting. Because we have to... That's interesting. Let me see why that happens. I will be right back. Okay, so pause frame. So pause frame is called let me see. Basically, we need to avoid pausing the game. Pause input. Let me put a breakpoint here. Yeah. Then we pause here. Huh. Oh, it continuously calls this. Ah, I see. I see. I see. Yeah, that's a problem. I see. Then here, we should set it to 0 here. There we go. Yeah, that should fix it properly. Then we remove this here. Move that. Let me also put a nice indentation here. Scope. Okay. Okay, fantastic. That should work. Okay, load replay, load. Okay, step frame, and we exit the game. And that works fine. Fantastic, fantastic. Good. Then there's one thing I would like to test. What happens if we pause the game in the replay and then we hit the escape button to open the menu? What happens to the input then? That we need to check. That there's no bug where the input is active during the menu. Yeah. Let me see. Load. So we press pause, and here we can scroll around the map. Then we press escape, and now we shouldn't be able to scroll, but we are able to scroll. Okay, so that's a bug. Yeah. How do we fix that? Let me see. It exits here. I see. I think pause music. That this bug would also exist for pause music. Yeah. Paused. Yeah. Why is this here? Pause music. Yeah, so the problem I have with this is it only it bails on this pause thingy, right? It bails on this one. Yeah, that's not good. Um, is there an audio when we do? Let me make this louder. So that's a menu sound, yeah. Okay, so the music stuff, pause music. Yeah, okay. think maybe we should have a another two bools for pause input and pause audio, pause music. Bool, pause music. Bool, pause input. Yeah. False. False. Is game paused? Yeah. Set game paused. Okay. Then we put a private functions void pause game, pause music, and pause, or let's pause audio, let's say. Pause audio and pause input. Bool pause. Bool pause music. Boa. Post. Boa. Post. Input just needs. I think it should be like that. Let's see. Oh, I need these two bars here. Okay, then game logic. Okay. Then we say here, if paused, return. And then we say, if paused, game paused, that, yeah. And then, that's it for this one. Pause audio. Pause audio. So there we need this. If paused, I think we do the same here. No, we don't. And pause music is not M pause music. Pause music. Then we move this here. And then we do, let me copy this here. Yeah. Then we delete this and this and this. Yeah. Paused. And we need to call it in pause audio, paused. Actually, yeah, it has to be like that. Paused. Pause music. Pause input. And pause game. Must be last. Why is it complaining here? Member function may not be declared outside its class. What? But this is not a declaration. What? Oh, I see. There we go. And then we put I think here we don't need to check at all. We just set it straight away. Done. And here we do pos input. Here we say if pos input equals pos input return to a pos input we need to do the same here. Gosh. Let's put this on this side here. And here we remove all the audio stuff. Now we do have one problem. Pos input. Actually, we don't. Pos input. I think this will work, yeah. If it compiles. Right now it doesn't compile for some reason. It looks like it should work correctly, yeah, but for some reason it doesn't like to compile. Why not? Pos input. It somehow doesn't like the pos input function. Why not? Ah. Because the function has the same name as this one here. Okay. I see. Pause. How else should we call it? Pause. Game. Pause. Pause game. Pause input. Pause game input. Pause. Pause music. How do we call it? Pause game audio. I call this game logic. Pause game logic. Pause. Pause game logic. There we go. Game logic. Game audio. Game inputs. Okay. And here we put pause music. I think this will work. Must be last, and then we comment this here out. There we go. Actually, maybe what we should do here is not just have a pause music, but have a pause sound. Yeah. Yeah, we should uncouple this. Hold on. We search for pause music. And we add a new boolean. Bool pause sound. We put it here, false. Sound. And then here we say if pause sound pause sound equals that, return pause sound equals pause sound. If pause sound, do this, otherwise do that. Pause music. Pause audio. And here we need to pause music, pause. I'm not 100% sure if this is actually correct, because what happens if we pause sound, maybe it works. Yeah. Oh, let's try this. If pause sound or pause music. I think we should have two separate functions. Yeah. We should have two separate functions. That's much, much cleaner. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So we have a game sound and game music. Like this. Okay. Then here we do sound, pause music, sound, paused, music, logic, no longer has to be last, we can put it first. So we pause the sound, we pause the music, we pause the input. Okay, then we pause sound here. It's paused everywhere. Paused, 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 paused. If paused. Okay, pause game input. Pause audio. So then here what we do, we set this to paused. We take a copy of this guy. So we have music, pause the music, paused. Then we do pause music. We remove this one here, paused, paused. Then we remove this one. Then we say here ought to affect. Audio. We do audio effect music. Yeah. Audio effect music. There we go. And we simply pass it here. There we go. Then we remove this. Pause music, paused. There we go. Then we remove all of this and this. Okay. Okay, much simpler. And here we do the same bullshit. We say for sound effects just this. Pause audio, this, and that. That doesn't work. Guess we have to put it like this then. Like this. Okay. And this will be pause sound, paused, pause sound. There we go. Pause, there we go. And here we go. Okay, my hope is that this works correctly. I think that's a much cleaner implementation. We have superior control over the different settings here to pause. It's much, much cleaner. Okay, cool. Then let's see if that works. First test the input and take a look at the audio. For the audio, I need to disable here my background music. Yeah, so I can properly listen. Music input. Okay, let's go. Good. So let's load some longer replay, like this one maybe. Which will mismatch. That's fine. Okay, so the pause does nothing. Okay. Okay, so it doesn't work correctly. Okay. Pause input. Pause input. Okay, what did we do wrong? Pause input fonts. We did something wrong. Paused. Maybe we need to say paused and that. Could that be? Yeah, that these need to be combined, right? Yeah. Let's see. Okay. No, that also doesn't work. Cannot unpause. Let me put a breakpoint in here. Doesn't hit at all. Okay. Oh, that's unexpected. Let me see. Message stream. That is unexpected. Yeah. Let me search for this one. Good. Let me put a breakpoint here. We cannot unpause because the game input is blocked. So, P. Set game pause. Pause input false. Okay. Let me put a Pragma optimize off here, and also in the game logic. It's probably some stupid logical mistake. Let me put here a quick start. Quick start. Yeah. Loads, not replay. Okay, so when we press pause, pause input is false. Pause input is false, but it's still... No, it doesn't pause input. It shouldn't pause inputs. And it doesn't. False. Pause input is true. Why is pause input? Pause input. Why is pause input set to false here? Shouldn't that be true? Because input was paused. Ah, no, it was not paused. Right. Okay, this is actually correct. So they should work correctly. Now we hit the auto pause. Pause true, true, true. Aha. I see, it's a CLC mismatch that pauses the input. Ah, I see. That's a problem. I see. Good that we catch that. It's here. Set game paused. True. False. False. Let me... let's call it the same way like we do it here. Pause, pause music, pause input. There we go. Okay. Okay, that should work. Okay. Okay, and now we should be able to unpause it. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so we can control. We can still control. Okay, and now if we press escape, we should no longer be able to move the camera. Yes, fantastic. Fantastic. Now, regarding the music, if we enable the music here, I can hear the music. Maybe I can also give you the music. Yeah. There's the music. Now, if we pause, the music keeps on playing. Yeah. If we pause here, the music stops. Yeah. And if we unpause, it keeps on going. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, cool. That works very well. Step frame. Also works great. Yep, I think it works very well. Okay, I can mute this here again. Enable my background music. Okay, cool. Then I think this works all correctly now. Okay, cool. Then let's remove this one here. Sounds. Actually, should we also have a setting for pause, for pausing audio, pausing sound effects? I think for now it's fine, probably. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I wonder what happens if we... So we have pause music. You know what? I think we should... How often is this thing called? A few times. Yeah. Maybe we should have pause sound. Pause sound. Pause sound. Yeah. I think it's fine. It's probably fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. Good. Reset. Good. Okay. Then let me stash this. We go to main branch. We create a new branch and call it feature pause, say add pause replay feature. Rename. Stash pop. Okay. Take this guy. Take all this guy. This, that, all that. Okay. Okay. So this is 0 hour at pause game feature. Implement feature to pause the game and replace and replay playback. Implement feature to pause, replay to pause, and step frame and replay playback. Step frames. Okay, then we have that. Next, you need to replicate this to generals. So we go here, git diff, git bash, git diff pass, git diff alt, hold on, that's a new one. Okay. Okay. And we apply this one. Okay. There have been some mismatches. Okay. Because of the fast forward shit. Okay, let me do RTS generals. Configure. Let's stop debugging. Okay, for some reason, configure takes an eternity. That's a shame. That's a real shame. Yeah. Okay, I'm a bit worried that there's so many mismatches here. Oof. We still have all this commented out bullshit here. I just realized. Let me remove that bullshit. Actually, how about we don't replicate it just yet? Would be nice though. Let me reset this here one more time. Okay. Okay. Okay, how about we start with game logic rejected. Let me search for this guy here. Then we put in this guy. Here. There we go. And we put in the pause frame here. I have no idea why it couldn't apply this diff. That makes no sense. But okay, whatever. We take this guy. Pre-update. Okay, this one is done. Next. message stream. Let's search for this one. There it is. Then we apply this here. Okay. There we go. Oh. By the looks of it, there we are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. And we do it like that. Fair enough. Okay, next. Meta event. Toggle fast forward replay. Meta event. There we go. There we go. Next. Message stream. Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. Message stream, reset. And here, this one. I think it's here, right? So we just need to copy this guy and put it here and replace this bullshit here. Like that. Okay. And here, here we search for this guy. False. Here, this guy. We're looking for this one. This one. We search for this one. Yeah. Then we put all this in here. Post. Like that. And then here we remove pause sound. Pause sound. Then we remove this. If paused, then we remove all this, right? Then we add this. Why? This looks very different here. Yeah, this looks very different here. I'm curious why this is not commented out like it is in 0 hour. Okay. Ah, this is such a pain. Okay, let's remove, take this here and that there. I think this is correct now. It's different from 0 hour because here in 0 hour this is disabled. In general, this is enabled. Interesting. Okay, but this should do the trick now. Plus game post. We should probably not touch this here in 0 hour. Yeah, let's revert this here. Okay, let me see if in generals, this looks correct. Pause. Pause music. Pause input. Yeah, seems about right. Good, then let's amend this here. Okay. Let's see if that compiles. Okay. Replicate in generals. Okay. Looks like everything's lagging right now, so we need to wait. Oof. 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 Unaligned malloc in game spy compile error indicates that it is not built with VC6 SP6. Good, that is compiled, fantastic. Then we commit that, okay. Reset, push. Okay. Okay. Good, let's open a pull request for this guy. GitHub. Implement, what's it called? This one. Gen ZH implement feature to pause and step frames and replay playback. So it features. Gentoo features. Let me search for Gentoo. Pausing frame step. Let me, it refers to this one here. It relates to that. This change implements replay, pausing, and frame stepping. Default key bindings are P, pause, or step frame. Step 1 frame. Pausing a replay this way will pause logic, pause sounds, just called sound, not pause music, not pause input. Pausing with pausing with exit menu will pause as usual. Pause logic, pause sound, pause music, pause input. Pause step 1 frame. The default key bindings are this is useful for debugging, for inspecting specific frames. Labels enhancement. What is the severity? Minor. Yeah, Gen ZH. Implement feature to pause and step frames and replay playback. Okay. Then here that very good. Very good. Save. Okay. 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 Next, I would like to make a follow-up change to this. Add default mappings, default key mappings. So basically, in this change, in here, generate meta map. I would like the follow-up change here. Here. Meta toggle fast forward replay. And we put that on F. Basically, because generals doesn't have this mapping, F down non-game, F down non-game, down non-game. Toggle fast forward replay. And then also for the select all aircraft, select all aircraft. There we go. So that will be select all aircrafts. Okay. Description, display name. So that will be key W. Transition down, non-game. Category. Mappable key. Categories. Selection. Description. Put this one. And display name. Oh. Okay, is this translated straight away? Or? Static text. I think we can omit this, right? It's never assigned by the look of it. Yeah, it's never assigned. It was never, well, it was implemented here in Generals MD. So someone had a go at this, but it never got anywhere. Okay. Okay, I think we can just delete these guys. Okay, so what this should allow us to do it should allow us to use a replay fast forward and select all aircraft without a modified control map ini. So we go to English and we remove this command map ini. Then that should work. Let's see. Generals. There we go. Okay. All right. Good. Let's load a replay. Any replay. Okay. And we can fast forward. Fantastic. Fantastic. Let's also test select all aircraft. Skirmish. Oh. Probably should also build some other unit. Yeah, that works. Yep, fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, cool. Then This is gen zh add default key mappings for replay, fast forward, for toggle fast forward replay, and select all aircrafts. Implement default key mappings. Okay, so that's a follow-up for this one here. Ah shit, we have a compile error here. Okay, that's not good. Okay, let's see what's the problem. Error. MK none. Okay. Okay, that is surprising. Okay, let's go back to this one. Oh. Same. We cannot write it like this. Yeah. So we have to remove these things. Well, I hope that there won't be any enum name mismatches. Conflicts, I mean. Yeah. No, maybe it's okay. We'll see. We should do the same here then. Ah. That actually needs to be there. Okay. Okay. To fix VC6 compile error. Okay. Push. Then we rebase on this one. Okay. And then we do the same as this one. Okay, cool. Hold on. I also need to do it here. Okay. There we go. Fix VC6 build. Okay. Push. Okay. Back to pull requests. There we go. Merge after that. Select all aircrafts. Copy link. Fast forward. Okay, so this is a follow-up for that. Follow-up for that. This change is a follow-up for this and that. A modified command map.ini change as a follow-up for this and this. Generals no longer requires a modified command map.ini to map to have a mapping and maps to F. So go to W by default. Channels that way generals no longer requires a modified command line to have these mappings, have these neo mappings. Mappings from command map.ini will overwrite the code defaults. So this is enhancement gen ZH minor. Good, then we got that. Next, what's the time? 2:14, yeah. Let's go to main branch. Fix replay beacon bacon. Should we call it bacon? Replay bacon? Nah, that's not to put jokes here. Yeah? Fix replay beacon crash. Okay. No jokes. Serious. All serious business. Good. So that one. Oh, I think we made a mistake here. We did some mistake, yeah. Where did we put that mistake? How? Where's our fix gone? We put a fix somewhere. Where is it? Did we lose it? Oh, we probably reverted it, right? Okay. Well, then we need to recreate it. We still have the core stack. It was in get bacon templates. Get bacon templates. No. It was a logic message dispatcher. In line, oh Jesus. Align this one. There we go. Okay. So we said if this player get player template. I think what we can simply do is here. How many does this player have active? That comment seems to be misplaced now. Count is here. How many does this player have active? The comment should be here. Yeah. We say here if that is null, return. Ah, no, not return. Break. Break. And that's here. Okay, there we go. If the template is null, break, done. Ah, by the way, I just realized we made a mistake in our other change. Gen ZH fix crash when exiting game while fix crash when exiting game while player places a beacon. Fix crash when exiting game while player places a beacon. While any player places a beacon. Okay. Before we push that, I think we made a mistake in this one. Just came to my mind, this one here. This one should be here. That and that. Fix, remove, debug, UI message. Push that. Then we also rebase this one. Okay. Then we go to this one. I think we can rename this and say, instead of any, we just say a player. There we go. Good. Then we push that. Good. So this will fix. This will fix this one here. Oh, where's it? Game. We first need to create it, right? So it relates to 76. Fixes 76 relates to 850, relates to 850, and this change fixes a game crash when exiting the game while a player places a beacon. Now, another angle to look at this is why do we still handle messages when we exit the game? Why do we do that? That's a good question. Maybe we should fix it differently. Let me see. Process command list. Yeah, let me go to pause replay feature. And we do revert this commit. And yeah, why do we process messages for the game when exiting the game? I don't know. Probably depends if we already have some sort of information that the game is exiting at this moment or not yet. Yeah. Okay, so if we have load replay, so we step to frame 115, yeah. Okay, then we exit the game. Then we hit this crash. And so I wonder, at this moment, game logic updates, process command list. Computer frame. Computer frame. Game engine updates. Updates. Process command list. Client commands. So, but the frame is already 0. That's interesting. The frame is already 0, but we're still processing commands for the previous match. Huh. Should we perhaps... Should the command list perhaps be purged? Yeah. I think the problem actually is that the command list still contains stuff, right? So the frame, the game frame is 0. So clearly there was some reset already happening, right? We've reset. We've probably called one of these functions game logic reset or something like this, right? Actually, let's... The command list. Let me see this command list. Game message. Game message. Scatter game message. Left click. These game messages, they don't refer to UI stuff, right? This is just a game actions, right? Logic process command list. How much commands do we have? List. First. Next. Okay, so I just have one message in there, which is frame tick. What? Okay, that's unexpected. Aha, here. Place beacon. Okay, why does this say... Where does this give us tick then? Does it like first message? So so game logic reset. So here we destroy everything, destroy all objects. Okay, how about we clear all the messages here? What was the name of it? Ugh. Do we have a function to purge the messages? Process command list. Command list. How do we empty this list? Destroy all messages. Process command list. Process command list. First message, get first message. Okay, I'm surprised that destroy all messages is private in that thing. For some reason I cannot go to that object anymore. I don't understand why. What is this? Why does it not allow me to go to the command list? Hello. Go there. Okay, it's bugged. Visual Studio is bugged again. Oh man. Where's this command list? There it is. Destroy all messages. Let me put a bookmark here. Aha. Delete instance. Okay, so it looks like we would need to destroy the command list and recreate it. Or we make this public. Yeah. I think we just make it public. So we say here, list, command list, process command list, the command list. Oh. Okay. How about we keep this protected and we just make a friend class game logic. So that the game logic can call destroy all messages. So we do here this, destroy all messages. Does that make sense? Where is this command list accessed? Predominantly. Let's see. In network. that work? Enter game logic. Reset. Command list reset. Ah, there is one here. Ah. It's after command list reset. Reset the command list. Destroying all message. Oh, wait. So reset also already does. Oh. Command list. Destroy all messages. Okay, so what we can do is we can put this here. Super hackers at bug fix. Okay, let's see if that works. Then I think we can remove the friend again. Oh. Good. Then let's see if that fixes the problem as well. Basically, let me put a breakpoint in there. Yeah. So basically, we expect this to be called when we unload the level, right? Yeah. I think that is the problem, yeah. That we don't purge the command list. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Okay, we made a mistake. Okay, I reset that, purchase it as well. Oh, again, we were too slow. Okay, now we quit the game, exit. Okay, so it resets the command list, which did have, let's see, first message, friend tick. Next, friend tick. Okay. Oddly enough, I don't see the beacon in here. That is weird. Right? Yeah, that is weird to me. Let's see, command list. Okay, but it points to different ones. Why are there so many frame ticks in here? What is this? What is this bullshit? How deep does this go? Jesus. Is that even correct? Why are there so many frame ticks in there? What is this? I wonder if you like pause the game, does it maybe accumulate frame ticks as you have the game paused? Could that be? That's weird. Yeah, I wonder if you have the game paused that this keeps on ticking. Tick, tick, tick. Tick, tick, tick. Okay, but that's a separate issue, isn't it? Okay, so my expectations, if we continue now, we don't run into the crash. Let's see. No, we still crash. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. So it comes from somewhere later. It's wild. Okay. The command list. Oof. Okay. Oof. Oof. Then we need to put a breakpoint on add message. Yeah. Okay, let's restart this debug session. Now that is wild. That I did not expect. It should mean that the beacon message is appended after we have already exited the game, but that can't be. Nah. How's that possible? Nah. Exit game. Let's go to our command list. Or are these different lists that we are looking at here? I hope not. Command list. Okay, so there's a reset here. Destroy all messages. Append message. Let's put a breakpoint in here. It's optimized out. Shit. Let me unoptimize this class function file here. This. There we go. Now that is wild. I played it back in VS 2022. Which makes it go out of sync straight. As expected. Okay, so we have put the reset here. So, wait, did we just launch the game or did we already? Hold on. Yeah, we just launched the game. Good. So load replay. There we go. Good. So 115. There we go. Exit. So the command list is reset. Let's go in here. Command list, append message. Let's put a breakpoint in there. Yeah. And that is not called. Okay, so the beacon must be already in the list, or we are looking at the wrong list somehow. Could that be? What are we looking at here? Message. List. Process command list. Process command list. It is here. Okay, why is it not properly purging the command list then? What is this? What is that? What is this bullshit? So let's go 115. Exit. Okay, let's step in here. So reset. What does that do? I have no idea what that calls an empty function. Okay. Destroy all messages. Good. So maybe this one is bugged as well. First message. Yeah. That probably refers to these ticks, right? Yeah, it does. Message. Message type. Message. Message. How about we put a breakpoint? Condition. Message is not message frame tick. Message is not message type. Hold on. Message M type is not message frame tick. First message null, last message null. Okay, let's see if that condition hits. It does. Clear game data. Clear game data. Oh. I don't think we should purge that, right? Clear game data. Okay. Here's a place beacon. Okay, so I see a problem. Okay. Clear game data. What is that? What does that do? Message clear game data. 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 What does that do? Clear game data. Clear game data. Okay, maybe. I mean, it could be 2 bugs, right? So we could also fix it at the place where it's pushed into the command list after we called already clear game data. Clear game data. End of game check. Append message. Clear game data. What does this do? Clear game data. Here, clear the game data. Destroy group. Currently selected group. Clear game data. Okay. What is that doing? Maybe we should maybe message. Clear game data. Show score screen. Okay, so but this message seems to be critical, so we cannot just reset the messages. We cannot just reset the messages then. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean the problem all originates from the fact that after the game is exited, it still pushes the place beacon command message into the message list, right? Command list. So it's unclear to me where the most correct place is to fix this. Ideally it wouldn't even, this command list wouldn't even contain this message, right? It wouldn't allow us to push a message Yeah. Yeah. How can we properly get rid of this message in there? That's a big question, right? First message. Place beacon. Place beacon. Next is null. Okay. Okay, so the place beacon is behind the clear data. I don't understand why we need a message for clear game data anyway. Why do we have that? It seems overly complicated. Don't clear the game data if the replay is over. Let things continue. Don't clear the game data if the replay is over. Why not? Huh. Stop playback. Okay, I don't know why this is done, but it's probably adding the message here. Yeah. Processes a message afterwards. Oh man. Okay, that's actually a more complicated problem than I thought. And the quick fix is just a null check, but the problem goes deeper. Yeah. Much deeper. So the recorder does something with it. Here we do something, menus. Quit callback also calls the clear game data. Yeah. The message stream. It's not a command list, it's a message stream. The singleton message stream for message going to the game logic. Message stream. Append message. Okay. Okay, let me take a look at the other issue with the message frame tick. Frame tick. Message frame tick. Game client. Create the frame tick message. Get frame. Create the frame tick game client. Message frame tick. Why does a game client append the frame tick? Why is that happening? It's scrolling. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's just assume that this is correct. I don't know. Maybe we can maybe we can check the place where the beacon. Yeah. How about we do message place beacon, and we check where this guy is being appended, which is here. Message stream. Send the message to set the rally point. Well, a comment is wrong. Oof, I clicked somewhere and it put the breakpoint completely elsewhere. Okay, then how about we do the following? We put a we de-optimize this here, and we put a breakpoint. We put a breakpoint here. Okay. We go to loads, load replay. Okay. Logic CSC. Let's disable this breakpoint. Okay. 115. Exit game. Okay, so we reset here. Huh. Huh. We never hit. Oh, we never hit this one here. What the hell? It comes from somewhere else, and it comes from the replay. Aha. It comes from the replay. I see. It comes from here, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Let's say if message mtype equals message place beacon. How about that? How about that? Let's go with that. Let's see if we have luck. Load replay. Okay, so shit, we hit it too late. Let's do it again. Okay. So we exit game now. And now it appends this beacon message here. There we go. After we exit. And that is being updated. It's updated right before process command list. Update the recorder. Do we already know at this place? Do we already know at this place that we exit the game? Let me see if what the recorder says. Playback, current file position, game info, doing analysis, next frame 73. Let's put that in non-hex, 115. M file. Yeah, we will probably have. Let me see. The game logic. The game logic. So the frame is 115. Yeah. 115. We also still have objects. Yeah. But we did already. So the session is not yet reset. We are still in a match technically. Where's the? Where does the reset happen then? Game logic update. Wait, let me see. Does it actually crash in this very frame? Does it crash in this frame? Let me see. Update playback. Oh. Process command list. Clear game data. Aha. So we process a message clear game data. And that will call reset. Aha. Aha. But we are already in the process of processing. Aha. Aha. I see. I see. I see. So we are resetting right now because there is this clear game data message, but there is a message afterwards. There is a message. The recorder pushes a message after this. Oof. I see. Okay, good, but this gives hope. That means if we encounter this message and we reset it, can we? And the problem is we are iterating this list right now, right? And while we iterate this list, we cannot just go ahead and purge it, right? Because yeah, it's in the middle of processing it. How can we deal with that? We cannot purge it on reset. No. But what we could do is clear game data. Okay, I don't think we should purge anything manually. We should make sure that nothing gets pushed after clear game data. So I think the fault is actually in the recorder. The fault is in the recorder. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. So the recorder. So this message clear game data, stop playback. We should probably say when we stop the playback and we append the message here. Hold on, let me see where this is. Stop playback. Don't clear the game data if the replay is over. Let things continue. Don't clear the game data if the replay is over. Don't clear the game. Doing analysis. Clear game data. Okay. I never used the doing analysis thing, so I don't really know what it does. Let's see. Analyze replay. Okay, whatever that is. If not doing analysis, append message. Append next command. Okay, where is this one called? Update playback. Okay, so someone stops the playback, but update playback still is also called. Because basically the clear game data message, it comes from somewhere else, right? And the update playback still happens. So we need to somehow tell the recorder to stop appending new commands. Yeah. Stop playback. Stop playback. Stop playback. Well, is this playback thing actually called? Let me also de-optimize this guy. Yeah. Load replay, load replay. Okay. $115. Okay. Exit game. Okay, so we append this message, but we didn't. Okay, where is this message coming from then? Hold on. Who is posting this clear game data message? Who's doing that? It must be, it can't be the network. Pinned message. What we could do is you could say, if the last message is message clear game data, don't push anything new to it until, you know, it's gone, until it has been processed. That would be one way. Yeah, but it's yeah, quite a bit, because yeah, every time a message is pushed, it needs to test this one thing. But seeing that, you know, this messages are pushed from different places. Clear game data. I think that's a problem. Yeah, I'm not sure what the clean fix here is. I wonder if other, like the shell map or network matches, skirmish, and so on, that they can also push messages after the clear game data, or is that a unique thing to the recorder? Is that unique to the recorder? Process command list happens here. Where does the engine update happen? Terrain checked. AI build assistant. Command list reset. The thing is, the recorder. The recorder doesn't know at this time that the game is already ended, because this clear game data message was not yet processed, right? So it can't know this. No. It's a problem. I don't know how to solve it right now. We are in game logic updates. We update the recorder. And process the command list. Yeah. How can we? We would have to. How can we tell the recorder to stop playback without manually invoking it? Shit. But I also don't want to like tinker with the message stream, because it sounds odd that we would gate it in a way that, yeah, if this message comes in, then it behaves this way, right? So I don't think that's the responsibility of the command list. It should just take whatever comes in, right? Yeah. Pinned message. Command list, pinned message. Can we say pinned next command? Type. Begin network messages. Pin next command. Oof, that's dirty here. That is super dirty. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. No. Oh man, I don't know how to fix this properly. It's a complicated problem. Yeah. Thing is, VC6 SP0 is SP5 is different from VC6 SP6. Oh, this is a tough problem. Yeah. Yeah. Calbet commands, what is this? Oh. Okay. Okay. Next frame. What we could do is, wherever we call this, wherever we call the clear game data, we set the next frame of the recorder class to -1. Why is next frame? Oh, it is unsigned int. Let's see. Clear game data. Could so we could say clear game data. But this happens before. Happens before. Yeah. What we can say is here, if the last message is this, or if it just contains this, yeah. Stop playback, yeah. So so I think the problem here is we need to say if the message stream contains, why is it calling message stream, by the way? Callback commands, command list. So what we can say is if it contains this message, then we stop. We don't update the playback. But it's quite an expensive test because it's an expensive test. Yeah, because we have to go through all the messages each frame. Shit. That's not satisfying either. I mean, it already does it here. Callback commands. Maybe I can save. Why message is not now. First message. Delete instance. Okay, go through all of them anyway. Callback commands. Delete message. Okay, what we can do is we do a bool contains clear game data message. And then we say if message type equals game message clear game data, then we do this true. Okay. And then here we say bool contains a clear game data message false. And then we say if contains that, then return. Super hackers, add bug fix. Stop processing. Stop appending more commands if the data, if the message, if the clear contains stop appending more commands if the match session is about to end. Originally, stop appending more commands if the replay playback is about to end. Originally, I'll say previously this would keep appending more messages. Which could have unintended consequences, such as crashing the game when a message plays beacon. The beacon is appended after message clear game data. Previously, this would keep appending more commands, which could have unintended. It would be able to append. Previously, this would be able to append more commands, which could have unintended consequences, such as crashing the game when a message plays beacon is appended after message clear game data. Okay, let's see if that avoids the trouble. That would be a clean fix, but very specific to the recorder for replays. Yeah. Basically, as soon as we have this message, then stop appending any more replay commands, right? Because we're supposed to be done. Stop it, right? And since we already go through all the commands anyway, every update, we can just extract this information here, right? Maybe maybe make this a pointer. There we go. Maybe we simplify this to has clear game data message. Let me say if there we go. Okay, that should work. Good. Let me remove this here. Okay, Load replay. Let me put a breakpoint in the recorder. Let's put a breakpoint here. Let's put a breakpoint here. Okay, exit game. There we go. Okay, so the update playback now goes in here, there. And we see we have this message, true. And the next is not, okay. And that means we now have this true, and that means we can test that. And then we return here, and this way we don't append the message beacon. All right. The update basically, it doesn't really stop yet. I wonder how is the recorder actually stopped? How's the recorder stopped? How's the recorder stopped? So we have this one here. Let's put a breakpoint here. I'm not sure what stops it. Nothing. Is this still running now? The replay. Or not? It's not. Okay. Okay, so someone changes the mode. Who changes the mode? Init. Is that perhaps called? Who's calling this? Yeah, who? I don't understand who is resetting this thing. That's weird. Next frame. Okay, let's put a breakpoint in here. Okay. There we go. Exit game. Aha. We do call init. And file is already in mode. Playback. Okay, reset. Aha, we call reset. Reset all. Okay. I see. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, then I think that's all we need to do really, because when this message is in the queue and it's being processed, then the recorder is also, yeah. Let me clarify this. Callback commands. Stop appending more commands if the replay playback is about to end. Previously, this would be able to append more commands, which could have unintended consequences, such as crashing the game. Message clear game data will be is supposed to be processed later this frame, which will then also stop the playback. Yeah. Which will then stop this playback. Okay, let me also put this command here. Comment, I mean. Remove any bad commands that have been inserted by the local user that shouldn't be executed during playback. I think that makes a lot of sense. So basically, the thing is that the recorder, the playback is updated before we process those messages, right? But it needs to be this way. And so we know that we have the clear game data message in there. So we say, okay, if we have it in there, we still update the playback here, but we stop because we know in this frame, the playback will stop. We don't want new commands because it doesn't make sense to process some commands now after the game data is cleared, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a clean fix. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Let's test this one more time. Nah. Oops. Okay. Exit game. Yep. There we go. Okay. True. Okay. Okay, that also avoids the problem. I think that's a better fix because then we don't even have this message in our queue. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Cool. It's quite a bit more. Let me reset this one here. This one. yeah, I think that's it. Stop appending more commands if the replay playback is about to end. Previously, this would be able to append more commands, which could have unintended consequences, such as crashing the game when a message plays beacon is appended after. Is supposed to be processed later this frame, which will then stop this playback. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. What's the time? 4 hours. Okay. I will take a break here. And next session we create the change for this. And then we move on to the next stuff. Probably some reviews. Yeah. Good. Then I wish you a great day or night until next time. Goodbye.